combinations, and I will be switching to the game pretty soon. We just have a few final preparations. I need to post the links. Okay, and a few final postings. There we go. Let me check that everything is fine with the stream. And we can start the game. Now we just need to load in. And now I'm about to surrender, keep playing in the home worlds of all of the participants, as I remind to all of our viewers that in this tournament we have the capital victory. So if your capital dies, you are out of the game. Let's check how our participants start. So we have Gandalf and his ally Aokia to the left. I see 2 German migrators for Gandalf and a military lab, so this is probably going to be 2 military labs for Starbase Rush. While for Aokia, we have a Progen and a colony frigate, while he's also scuttling his capital ship factory. Now give me a sec to make the picture more smooth. We should be better now, and yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see the standard carrier opening from Lord Commander, who was a short notice change in the Xenon's team as his initial ally Polio got sick. And we see that Xenon he actually changed his strategy from previous games. Now he plays with the Korsov. So Korsov is a very strong capital ship if you know how to use it, because it has an EOE explosion ability which allows you to kill any ships within a decent radius, and the amount of ships killed by this AOE is I think it's 30. So yes, that's pretty strong, as you can kill 30 ships pretty much with early levels on your Korsov. Meanwhile, we see that Gandalf is utilizing his standard strategy with him rushing for the middle, as his egg just jumped for this ice, but I'm pretty sure that he will continue his journey and probably go for this desert blend, as he has no Cib labs, he has just the 2 mill labs, so he can't colonize a cryo planet. So this must be a rush for the desert planet, as desert planet does not require any colonization technology. Let me check where are his starbase constructors. Cannot find them. But what I can tell is that Gandalf didn't colonize any planet at all. He is leaving planets to Aukia completely. So we see that Aukia already has taken the third droid here, which is the one which is supposed to be taken by Gandalf. But I'm eager to find. Yeah, there is Starbase Constructor. It already has the technology. You can tell it by this extra model thing at the face of the German migrator. So we have a starbase rush on this desolate planet. It looks like just one of the German migrators survived, so it will be just one starbase at the front. Yeah, the starbase goes up. Meanwhile, Lord Commander has a Halcyon carrier, so he does have an extra powerful capital ship against starbases. But a single carrier capital ship is not enough to kill a starbase. He would also need a decent light frigate fleet. Meanwhile, Aokia went with his progen for backyard colonization, so he has just colonized this desert planet, and he will be now moving forward, but he has to fly decent distance now. I also have a question from Snickerdoodle about how not to get the things at this game. This is a modded game, but first of all, if you have an unmodded game, it is more stable. Secondly, yes, modded games do desync a bit more often. However, usually just a stable internet is enough to have even 5v5 games. Yes, I see that Delonoro also have answered in the same manner. In that case, I would look into the mod you are playing, Snickerdoodle, as the mod might be the issue. The E4X mod we are playing now on is a pretty stable mod, as it has been in development for like 12 years or something. So, while if you play some other mod, you may experience more issues. We see that Xenon is now capturing this neutral, but Gandalf actually has sent his scout to capture this neutral, so there will be some fighting for this neutral here. Xenon actually has 2 colony frigates, so they should for sure win any kind of battle against the scout if he enables an auto attack on those colony frigates, but he didn't. So this scout will be able to steal this mining facility. Meanwhile, Gandalf managed to colonize this planet. He is now constructing frigate factory and getting a jump inhibitor, so that he can turn this world into a fortress factory planet. He didn't get any civ, so him fighting here at Cry Planet is just experience gathering, as he can't colonize the planet. We also see that Xenon is coming in now with his fleet. Korsov is actually somewhat bad at killing starbases, and Marza would deal much better against starbase, as a level 5 Marza could potentially kill a starbase in a 1v1 battle. But yes, for sure, Xenon is going to hold this planet. Do we have a starbase constructor? Yes, Gandalf is rushing another starbase constructor from this planet. But 16 light frigates on a neutral gravity well is not enough to kill the starbase without any losses. But if Xenon plays it right, he also got he captured an extra Javelin frigate for his fleet. You can see that it tells boarded at the right of the screen. So if he captures a few more ships, he'll have more firepower to kill the starbase constructor should Gandalf try to place a starbase at the Scribeland. We also see that Lord Commander is getting a fleet at the volcanic planet. He got some corvettes, which is not very optimal, as corvettes do little damage to starbases, so he should go for more light frigates. Meanwhile, Aokia just slowly colonizes the entire map. He went first for this desert planet in the middle. Now he has colonized the agricultural planet, and we'll move now downwards to the volcanic planet, and then we'll probably take other planets. Not sure if he's willing to take all of the planets from his ally as well. Also, this artifact spawn for one team and the second team is just... Yeah, Aoki is very good at casino playing. That you must give that to him. He's good at casino. Meanwhile, we have Xenon. Xenon has brought his colony frigate to this cryo planet, and he will colonize it once he hits 90 antimatter on it, so it's just like 25 seconds more. Lord Commander simply fortifies at this volcanic planet. He is building more corvettes. This is not optimal, as I said, because they need to kill the starbase, and corvettes deal very little damage to a starbase. We have a culture impulsion somewhere in Lord Commander's space. Probably maybe like this planet, I'm not sure. Well, anyway, we see that Aoki is now also getting trade ports. Got a trade port on the agricultural planet, so now his capital planet will get the growth buff for the population, and also see that he's upgrading his population pretty hard there. We see that Xen is building some ore groves. He is Tesla, so he had to research them first. He didn't have them for free, and since he's Tesla-less, he will not get any advantage of being of bombing planet and getting the Savage Thrill. But we see now that Xen didn't go for the Gandalf's planet. He's actually trying to interfere with Aokia's colonization, but Gandalf is responding by sending his striking force at this cryo planet. Yet we see that Gandalf has a lot of Kenrax, and actually corvettes, which are in the fleet of Lord Commander, will do nice job with those Kenrax, but he needs to send his fleet to his ally. And right now we can see that Lord Commander is not very responsive to this aggression at Xenon's cryo planet. But Xenon did manage to bomb out this planet, probably damaging Aokia's economy, as he probably invested his money into upgrading the population there already. Aokia simply retreated to this cryo planet to colonize it direct afterwards. We see now Lord Commander has responded to the Gandalf's invasion, but he did go through this desolate planet, and there is a jump inhibitor which will now make those ships die to the starbase, at least some of them. It would have been better to jump through this agriculture planet wormhole and then go for the cryo planet, because corvettes are pretty fast. They would have flown the distance in no time. We see now here that Gandalf is trying to kill those ore groves, which are pretty costly. Xen should have hide them at this neutral, for example. Anyway, we can see now that Xenon didn't activate his automatic attack on his colony frigate, while Gandalf did use his scouts to shoot at the Protov colony frigate, so he will slowly get the upper hand at this mining facility. Meanwhile, we are getting a battle here at this cryo planet. Corvettes are attacking the capital ship instead of Kenrax. Well, Gandalf is actually having a nice build-up, as in early game, light frigates are the best option to kill Starbase, and to counter light frigates, you can see there are a lot of kobolds for Xenon, you build Kenrax. But Gandalf didn't expect Lord Commander to go for corvettes, so now his fleet is going to die really fast against those corvettes. We have here Lord Commander's capital ship with energy weapon cooldown boost. He just needs to place his capital ship close to his fleet so that his fleet benefits from the ability. And looks like Gandalf is retreating from this planet. Yeah, Gandalf is now getting some flag frigates to fight corvettes as well. So he's going for technological fleet. And yeah, he's turning this planet into a factory world with 5 factories. I'm not sure if his economy with 2 planets can support that. Aoki is probably feeding him. Because yes, with just 2 planets here and the desert planet, he wouldn't be able to produce from 5 factories on his own. Yeah, we have more Orgros construction at this frigate factory. Orgros being so fat that they barely fit into the frigate factory. And the egg jumping out. We don't have any special fleet transition from Lord Commander. He still builds corvettes. He managed to capture one of the Kenworks, but it's just for a fraction of time. Yeah, it just died. Not because it took damage, but because Advent have this ability to capture ships they kill for like 600 seconds. And yes, we see now, because Gandalf holds this choke, he may harass into 2 directions, while Lord Commander needs now to move the long way up to his planet. Yet, while Gandalf jumped to harass Lord Commander, this is an opening for Xenon to try and kill the starbase. He doesn't have much for fleet here, but he has Orgrovs, who just need to jump in and they will deal some real damage to the starbase. Do we have more Orgrovs being constructed? Yes. So this starbase should be going down, especially if there is no fleet supporting it, as Orgrovs will deal the damage, while other ships will simply soak in damage coming in from the starbase. Gandalf now is retreating to help his starbase out, as it cannot win in solo. Orgrovs are now somewhat exposed to those ships coming from behind. Lord Commander should send his corvettes in to snipe the Kenrax, as corvettes deal little damage to the starbase, but they deal high damage to those long-range frigates. Let's pin the planet. And we actually just saw an explosion from the course of battlecruiser, as all of those flag frigates got damaged. They didn't die in a single blow, as the flag frigates are one of the tankiest ships in this game, but they all got some heavy damage. And once the starbase dies, all of those light frigates will make short work of the light frigates. But what we need is, what the red-purple team needs is that corvettes go for the Kenrax, otherwise there will be no light frigates to fight the flag frigates. Meanwhile, I check for Aokia. He's simply colonizing peacefully without any fleet build-up. As we can see, 5 factors are producing. 1 is not producing anything. Yeah, starbase is down. We have 5 factors producing for Gandalf. He's obviously getting feed from Aokia. We also see a constant regeneration ability from Korsav when ships die. Yes, this is the animation of it, of the Korsav regenerating. Now we see that the red-purple team is trying to focus the egg. Once again, not the best utilization of the damage multipliers, as corvettes would be much better at killing enemy light frigates, while light frigates would be better at killing flag. And Korsav should be taking also some... should be doing some job against the enemy fleet. As we can see, yes, there was another explosion, and those flag frigates are really low on hit points. One more explosion or just a few more normal DPS and they will all die. We see another pack of corvettes coming in from Lord Commander. He has a total of 80 corvettes now. Yeah, this egg is not going anywhere. It did get to level 6, which makes it a very strong planet bomber. But as it dies, it will not be of any more use to Gandalf. And now all of those corvettes shall target the Canoraks, and the 20 light frigates from Xenon will fight the Construct Sentinels. Overall, I'm not sure why Aoki is not getting any fleet, as Advent has a much more cost-efficient fleet than Vasari. Vasari actually the ones with the least cost-efficient fleet in this game. So even if you feed Gandalf a lot, he's simply struggling as his fleet is not very cost-efficient. And we have a level 6 Corsair and level 6 Halcyon Carrier who are boosting the damage pretty much. And since Kobolds also have energy weapon as they shoot lasers, they also benefit from the allies' aura for attack. So yes, red-purple team did take some heavy casualties here as they lost all of their Orgroves, a lot of light frigates, and some of the corvettes, so it was probably a good trade for Gandalf. Meanwhile, Aoki expanded to capture the entire sector and is probably having an insane economy now, while the red-purple team didn't even capture all of its planets. But at least they managed to take back their middle planets, so they will be able to stabilize the front line. Except Aoki could potentially go through the wormhole. But until that happens, Xenon and Lord Commander have a stable front line here. We see now 2 corvettes and Olnifrog is coming in probably to capture this neutral from Gandalf. Gandalf also controls those neutrals here in the middle. He's now probably trying to fortify this dead asteroid. And we have now Lord Commander bringing an insane amount of corvettes in. He's at 92 corvettes now. Actually 100 corvettes, since there are more at this volcanic planet. Nice group jump from Xenon. I've never seen this kind of group jump. Usually ships even with the group jump order jump somewhat more one after another. So there is not a starbase coming at this dead asteroid, so yes, the red-purple team has actually an opening to push forward. We see that there is a starbase constructing at this ice planet, and this ice planet is simply a richer planet than this desolate planet. However, Aoki is having his factory world at the desolate planet, so losing this planet here would not be as pleasant, but we see that Aoki is now constructing a starbase constructor at this factory. So if Xenon and Lord Commander want to push, they need some anti-starbase DPS, and those corvettes are not anti-starbase DPS, that's for sure. So we need either more Orgroves from Xenon or some technological transition from Lord Commander into bombers or Solanus frigates. Yeah, the starbase is going up now. And we also see turret spam from Okia. The starbase placement is not very optimal, as potentially the red-purple team could attack from here and they would be out of range of those turrets. So the starbase should be like here instead of here. But that's for sure an insane economy for Aokia. He has almost 60 credits simply from his capital, while other players are not making a real use of their homeworld's population. Lord Command did get a few upgrades, but he isn't even close. He's just at 27 credits. And yeah, and now we have Aokia finding all of his artifacts. And yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning, he's good at this casino, so just this planet spawn or other artifact spawn. Okay, we now have those corvettes cleaning the neutrals, so Xenon will be able to capture the neutrals and boost their economy. Pirates are off. They are just two pirate bases here who sit there and are basically an experience loot box for the team who gets the Titan out. So pirates are completely off and there is not an attack happening from them. We see now Orgroves, or at least an Orgrove from Xenon. He did get 4 frigate factories here, so he will be able to produce ships pretty fast. Lord Commander did capture this desert planet, so he will be able to make this into a factory world as well. Meanwhile, we have corvettes cleaning this desert planet for future colonization. Yeah, now it's simply the green-blue team fortifying in their sector. As they have a superior economy, time goes for them. Aoki also has found all of his 5 artifacts, so this is going to be pretty strong boost for him. Also, either Aoki already has the Hero of the Unity, so he either has the Fury of the Unity or he found a DPS artifact. We see another starbase from Gandalf, so this is going to turn into starbase warfare pretty soon. We see an economic follow-up from Lord Commander. He's getting his own trade ports. And we now can finally see a proper corvette colonization technique where one corvette draws all of the attention from the militia and the rest shoot at the militia. But yeah, at this point they aggro at the colony frigate as they already have a priority target on a colony frigate. So now Xen will probably send his fleet to clean one of the farther planets in his backyard. Aoki is getting illuminators, and illuminators are usually used with the Iconos Guardians, who have the repulsion ability, and the repulsion ability will render all of those corvettes pretty much useless. So Lord Commander really needs some technological build up, or his entire fleet will become useless pretty soon. Yeah, pirates are usually off in more of the skill games because they simply serve as XP feed for players. So once you get to a specific skill at this game, pirates are no longer an obstruction for you, but they simply provide your capital ship with free experience, which is why they're usually disabled and left as star bases simply for the free XP for Titan. Like the one player who rushes the Titan can get it up to level 3 by killing the pirates, and therefore making a Titan rush somewhat a more viable strategy. We now have an attempt to scout what is happening at the other side of the galaxy from Gandalf. One of the scouts did come through. We also see some strong culture coming from Aokia, which is actually now decreasing allegiance of those planets. Lord Commander should be getting some culture buildings here to counter it. For now it's just frigate factories and a trade port. But yeah, oh, I see some scuttling going on at Aokia's homeworld. He's getting Master Temple of Communion. Yeah, in E4X, Temple of Communion can boost your tax income. It's something like 15% per Temple of Communion. However, this tax buff is limited by it's capped at 30%, so you benefit only from placing 2 Temples of Communion. So Aoki simply didn't know it and has scuttled his labs for nothing. But still, he did get his 30% tax income buff, so his capital plant brings him now into 75 credits per second. Really insane economy, especially since still has no proper... Oh, we have a battle here. Do we get an explosion from Korsov? Yeah, there was an explosion. Now see Gandalf is trying to rush phase jump inhibitor here so that Gandalf and Lord Commander cannot easily retreat from the battle. It looks like Lord Commander is not using his corvettes to snipe the General Fabricator, so this jump inhibitor has all the chances to go up, and this means that it's all about who wins this battle, because there is no retreating for purple-red team. But there should be more explosions coming in from this Korsov, as it has full antimatter regenerated. It just needs the cooldown to wear off. And yeah, the General Fabricator just died to some random fire in this battle coming from corvettes. We see a lot of malice coming in from Aokia. His progeny is also already level 7. Yeah, we see now that's a boarding party coming in. He has captured something. Oh no, it was an explosion. It was an explosion which did damage Ilums. The course of explosions are much stronger if you capture a ship before you explode stuff. It doubles the damage from the explosion, so for the next explosion, Xenon should try to capture a ship, especially since he has just 4 kobolds here, and those are actually from the reinforcement. Fleet-wise, we see that the red-purple team is losing now, as those flag frigates are not dying to anything, as there are no more light frigates, and the corvettes are also down. At least there is no jump inhibitor to prevent the red-purple team from retreating. However, they lost their fleet and need now to quickly rebuild it. It looks like Lord Commander is building more ships, more corvettes now, while Xenon focuses on building light frigates. Overall, the light frigates corvette mix is stronger than the flag long-range frigate. However, since Aoki has those many artifacts, his Ilums have some insane damage. It's 30 damage, and with his economy, he also did get a lot of hit point upgrades on his ships. So his fleet is not only superior quantity-wise, it's also quality, huge difference, and this carrier simply melts to all of those beams now. It's about to explode. Yes. Lord Commander just lost his high-level Halcyon carrier. There is still hope to this course of battle cruiser if he captures ships, because with the ships captured at level 7, he can, if not one-shot those Illums, then deal some really heavy damage to them. We have now a little corvette fleet from Gandalf harassing here. Probably yet to recapture those neutrals here. We have some multitasking going on. There are more Illums coming from Oak here to this planet. Xen really should try to capture one of the Illums simply to explode it. This one is really low on hit points, so he wouldn't even need to focus it with his fleet. Just the ability would be enough. But we now see Corsair is retreating from all his fleet. Actually, you can abuse the Corsair healing ability by scuttling your ships, and they regen your ship, your Corsair, with like at level 1 it's 10%, level 2 it's 20%. So this means that even at level 1, each ship scuttled would regen 450 hit points for the Corsair. But as Xen is not utilizing this strategy, his Corsair is now down as well, and there is no more capital ship for the red-purple team, and we barely see any fleet for them as well. It's 50 Illums for Aokia, none of them are illusions, and yes, those Illums have some insane DPS. We see now also Starbase coming in. Okay, we'll probably construct it somewhere near the factories, just out of range of the turrets, but in range of the Starbase so that it can shoot at the turrets and the frigate factories. Meanwhile, Lord Commander simply tries to gather another corvette fleet to fight the enemy illuminators. But at this point, those illuminators are just simply too heavy and have too high DPS to die to corvettes. I would rather propose to switch from corvettes to heavy cruisers, as heavy cruisers are also counter to illuminators, and they are more technological approach against Illums. Xen tries to deal some damage to this Progen, but it's already level 10, so it's at best it's just take down the shields and run away. But at least there is no other capital ships, so since it's level 10, all of the ships being killed and the experience is wasted, as there's simply no capital ship for the green-blue team to gather. As we see now, Gandalf sending corvettes, because he has only 2 planets. His factory board is this far away from the front line. Corvettes are the best choice to bring in reinforcements as fast as possible. We see a Starbase now coming up. It's farther away than I thought. It will not be able to shoot at those factories, but the Illums will simply make the easy work of them. Corvettes try to prevent the Starbase from going up, but since Corvettes have very little damage against Starbase, it's just 25%, they will not be able to kill it. We have Corvettes coming from Lord Commander, who could actually snipe the Starbase, as its build speed is extremely low, as it's being built on a hostile world controlled by an enemy team. But I actually see no upgrades on Lord Commander's corvettes. Those are tier 0 corvettes without any upgrades, so yes, their DPS is not going to do anything to the Starbase. Lord Commander needs to retreat now, otherwise those flag frigates will kill his fleet once again. We see now some illuminators coming in from Lord Commander. He probably saw how effective Aokia corvettes were, and he got some for himself. And we see now 81 credit per sec. at Wokia's capital, that's probably the entire economy for other players, because it's like 30 credits for Lord Commander at capital. He actually upgraded also some of his other planets, but probably Aoki did that as well. Yeah, you can see that this agriculture plan for Aoki also gives him 18 credits per sec, 24 at this desert planet. So some insane economy for Rukia, far above the 100 credits. There are a few Orgrovs coming in who will deal a few nice shots at the starbase. And yeah, we have the full Corvette fleet going in on the starbase. So yes, the starbase dies, but it's not like it changes a lot. We see another starbase being constructed at this wormhole, and I actually saw 3 starbase constructors, so either it died or it went somewhere far away to place the starbase, but I cannot find it yet. Yes, Xen is now colonizing his backyard planet. Meanwhile, we have an all-in attack on the starbase. Inus do deal nice damage against it, but there are just not enough of them and they have no upgrades. So yes, Lord Commander's Ilms have just 20 DPS, while Aoki's Ilms have an entire 30 DPS. And also hit point wise, our Lord Commanders non-upgraded Illuminators have just 1.2k hit points total, and for Rookie it's 1.4k. This hit point wise, his Ilms are not that much stronger, which is why if the Curse of survived and used the capture ability along with the explosion, he could have killed those Ilms. But since there is no more AoE capital ship, those Ilms will simply wreak havoc with the 30 DPS they have. We see another attempt to snipe this capital ship. Actually, this flying back and forth has made this Progeny go down to 2k hit points, but we see some poor micro from Xenon and Lord Commander. Their corvettes got stuck here, and they are not shooting at the Progeny, and overall they should be retreating now because flag frigates came in from Gandalf to protect the Progeny, and the Progeny now also casts a lot of malice. So those corvettes will die really fast. And now it's restoring a lot of shield as well with the ability, the Progeny. It doesn't look like that Progeny goes down. Gandalf managed to take back all the neutrals. Aoki is pushing with his culture, at least at the front of Xenon. Meanwhile, those Ilums now have 33 DPS. And there are 51 of them. Aoki didn't go for more Ilums, but rather went for higher technology with his capital ships. He's bringing in now in a Halcyon carrier who will boost his entire fleet DPS by 13%. And there are also envoys coming from Aoki, however, they will not be able to sign any real pacts because Gandalf just has 3 planets, so Aoki cannot establish enough embassies to sign any pacts beyond level 2. And we see here some chasing from Gandalf. Actually, Aoki culture is hitting hard now. It has already reached Xenon's homeworld and soon will begin to reduce its allegiance. While it's a bit easier for Lord Commander because his homeworld is producing more culture as an advent homeworld, and we see that Gandalf attempts to place a starbase. Judging by how fast it's being constructed, he has the speed upgrade for his starbase, but it's still probably going down to this fleet. Although no, I was incorrect. This is a basic construction speed. Not really fast. It's not being constructed fast. Now I wonder if that's just ships Lord Commander has forgotten, because if those ships were not sent here to counter the starbase, but he simply has forgotten them here, means he will not build any new ships or send any reinforcements. And in that scenario, the starbase actually goes up and will make a decent retreat point in case of any full-scale fleet assault. And now we have 50 corvettes to 25 flag frigates for Gandalf. He's building another starbase at this agricultural planet, which will make up another good choke point. Xenon tries to utilize his defensive capabilities as Test Loyalist and construct a starbase, but those 37 DPS Illums make short work of the starbase. Short reminder, the Illums from the basic Illums deal just 20 DPS, so this is almost a double DPS on Illums we see here. The starbase doesn't go up even despite it being repaired very effectively by the repair bay. But as I can tell by DPS of ships, Xan didn't get militia, so he didn't have any extra armor in his own gravity well. And yes, now it's just cleaning of the galaxy by Auken Gandalf, and I do not see an opening for the Purple Red team to counteract. They will be able to kill the starbase as they are obviously reacting to it now. But they are dying now even to culture, because even this Advent homeworld can no longer repulse the culture. And it's probably just global unity upgrade, which makes all of the Advent planets send culture from it, and the starbase upgrade for culture. So there are not even culture buildings here would boost the culture spread, and yet it's still enough to completely take over culture-wise everywhere. Yeah, the starbase goes up, but there are many corvettes coming in now, and since the upgrade speed is very low at enemy gravity well, it will not be able to get enough of upgrades to survive. And we have even more corvettes coming in. Yeah, meanwhile, we see 2 military labs for Civ labs for Gandalf, so he's stuck at tier 2 technologies, but he's pretty happy as his ally took over the entire sector, and Aoki is now pushing hard with his high quality Illums here. And actually, I have a lot of messages in my chat. Yes, who is asking? You cannot join the game simply as an observer, because that would allow to interfere with the game, because even as an observer, when you surrender, you can still do some stuff, and because we wouldn't want to bother keeping an eye on players abusing it and whatever, it's just the casters of the game who are allowed to join additionally to the players. As for observing future, yes, there is no observer future or like in a normal way, but since you can join the game and surrender, that serves pretty well. You can see almost all of the tooltips, so I can tell like where is what income. I only miss the shooting radius from ships, so if I press Alt, I don't see any shooting radius from those ships, which is a bit pity, but yeah. If you want some of the replays, I could just write to me on Discord and I will send them to you. Yes, I don't think that many players want the replays. It's not worth uploading it to a Google Disk. Meanwhile, we have a simple cleaning of the galaxy by the green-blue team. Gandalf finally got an extra planet, this agriculture planet, so maybe if Aoki sends his envoy... No, it's asleep. He could sign up for pacts. Okay, actually made multiple envoys. I do not think that multiple envoys and multiple embassies do stack. Because judging by the abilities, by the buffs of the planet, they do not stack. Not sure. Maybe they... in vanilla, if you send one envoy per... It's not... envoys do not stack and you can send only one envoy per planet. But maybe in E4X having multiple embassies on a single planet allows you to boost your relationship even better. What is it? Well, it's still pretty low, so it doesn't look like it works. Yeah, math, it looks like it doesn't work. You're right. And we have some final standing at Danea, the capital ward for Xenon. He actually managed to culture a bit back, but his capital is still losing allegiance. It's already at 63%. Lord Commander is at 73%, so Aoki and Gandalf don't even need to push. They can simply culture out their enemies. This plant is going to fall down soon. Those plants will hold a bit longer. So unless they spam culture buildings, they can simply die to culture. The game is pretty much over. It's just the final stand for the red-purple team, because potentially you can win the game even when you're in this kind of situation if you have some capital ships or titans with some powerful abilities. But right now, the purple and red player both lost their capital ships, and like the only AoE they could get without getting another high-level capital ship, which is not happening because their fleet is simply weaker, would be a red button upgrade for the star base. But you need 5 military labs for that, and I see only 3 for Xenon, so unless he researched the red button before he lost military labs, he will not be able to use the red button on the star base to kill the entire fleet. But yes, potentially if he had a red button and Aoki and Gandalf would simply run into it without any counterplay, this could mean total destruction of their fleet and therefore allow for some comeback. But now we see that Lord Commander is not even reacting fast enough for this invasion. He lost a few corvettes. Actually, not few, it's probably more like 10 corvettes who have died, judging by amount of the explosions here. Yeah, Ilum's having 39 DPS. For Lord Commander, it's 21. We have this wall of Ilums simply heading forward. Some random corvettes diving in and dying. Yeah, we see now this is Tesla's plant and it shoots at ships which are at the gravity well. There should be a nuke. I think this is a nuke coming in. It deals some decent AoE damage. Yeah, we see the plant is shooting at those ships, providing some extra DPS. But overall, those items are just way too strong. They don't have even illusions upgrade. Probably Aokia didn't want to desync the game, as the illusions do tend to desync the game. But even without the illusion upgrade, those Illumus shred everything around. We have now a Starbase coming in from Gandalf and Aokia. Hero ship from Xenon, but it dies in no time now. It simply doesn't have a lot of hit points to begin with. Anhp is asking about the balance of the mod. It's yes, it's more balanced than some. We have a Starbase coming from Lord Commander. It's more balanced than some Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever mods, as those mods do not aim for any balance whatsoever. As for E4X, there are a lot of features which make exploits even stronger, and if exploits is not really equal balance, or rather unequal balance, so there is a lot of fun stuff to it, but yeah, if you want balance, you should look for some other mods. Meanwhile, we have flag frigates completely shredding all of the corvettes. The Starbase goes up for Lord Commander. Xenon is upgrading his Starbase, so yes, Illums are not the best ships to kill Starbases, but they are now at 41 DPS, so they are above the double DPS of the basic DPS, and I'm pretty sure that will be enough to kill a Starbase. Okay, just lost 12. Okay, now it's 13 Illums on his side, and they have killed like 100 corvettes, maybe even 150 corvettes at this battle here. So yeah, now this Starbase dies pretty fast. We have more missiles coming in from the planet, but it doesn't deal any significant damage, while Illumus simply melt even Starbases now. What do we have here? We have a raiding party coming in from Gandalf. Actually an embassy from Xenon. But yeah, this planet is going to die pretty soon, even simply culture-wise. So Gandalf and Aokia do not even need to bomb the planet. It will simply die to culture. Much faster than the 3 capital ships here in this fleet could kill it. And now we have the Starbase battle against the fleet. And yes, at this moment, if Xenon had red button, he wouldn't even be able to use it, as its abilities are disabled. But level 4 Radiance... Oh, okay, it's now level 7. Okay, but yeah, now he could potentially activate it if he had it, because still 1 Radiance cannot disable the red button. But it doesn't look like he has the ability, so there is no fleet wipe going to happen here. And we have now even more illums coming in for Rookie as a reinforcement, so he's back at 50 illums once again. We see level 5 hero for Gandalf and Xenon calls for a GG. It looks like we have our finalist winners. Okay, Lord Commander wants probably to have his last stand. Or not. And yeah, we have our victors. And yeah, we can see economy-wise, Aokia was sitting at 230 credits, while their opponents were even at their best moment. It was 90 credits versus 150 credits for Aokia. And fleet-wise, frigates destroyed, we see that Gandalf was trading really good in the early game, but his fleet was also costly, so just judging by frigates destroyed is not really fair, as his ships cost much more. Yet, yeah, we see a clear victor in this battle here. And Aoki had 94, 97 culture covered in the entire galaxy. So yes, next game, the Grandfinals, are happening in 1 hour. So we have a 1 hour break, and after that we come in with our Grand Final. Let me check if... Oops, no, it's wrong channel. Okay, so there is no bantering, and this means that our Grand Final happens in 1 hour. It's... is it 19 GMT? Let me check. Yes, it's 19 GMT. Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of the Sins tournament with the E4X modification. It's Aoki and Gandalf versus Dead Inside and Mathematico, and this is the last match in this tournament. We had amazing 21 games and this is going to be a 22nd match. If Aoki and Gandalf win, then we'll have a second game as it's a double elimination for Dead Inside and Mathematico, but Dead Inside and Mathematico need to win only one game. And let me check the chat for a second. And yes, we are all ready to go, and I just need to surrender, keep playing, not to screw it up, so that I become an observer, and once we load in, I will be able to see the map like this. Okay, I am pinning all of the homeworlds as I remind to our viewers that in this tournament we have not just an elimination victory, but we also have a capital victory, so if you lose your capital you are out of the game, and we also have a timer victory, so that if there is a stalemate, the team with the most plans wins after 2.5 hours. Let's check our openings. I see Mathematico go... No, it's Gandalf. Sorry, I was a bit of thrown away by the color, as Mathematico usually replaces green. So Gandalf goes with the Progen and Temple of Hostility, probably for early corvettes who will help him cleaning out planets. I see Oka with an Econ and also a military lab, so the natural 20 team is utilizing the standard colonization technique with the 12 corvettes, the 12 corvette build. I see a somewhat unusual colonization pattern from Aoki, as he doesn't rush for the front worlds, he goes with his icon for the backyard planet, and he'll probably go for this desert planet as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have a two-direction expansion from Mathematico, who is light blue, cyan in this game. His colony frigate goes for the backyard asteroid, and his Progen pushes forward for this asteroid and goes straight forward for the volcanic planet. He already has one Temple of Communion, so he didn't go for corvette build. He'll probably get a second Civ Lab as SAP. Meanwhile, for Dead Inside, we see also a military lab, so it's a corvette opening, a 12 corvette build. However, the difference between Dead Inside and Aoki is that he did send his icon for the forward colonization. Meanwhile, I lost... Oh, okay, so Aoki's Econ is going for the second droid from Gandalf, so Gandalf is giving up on his extra droid. Since Aoki random, let's check if he is... He is Test Rebel, so he cannot get early Nova, so this colonization is not for the 8 planets required for the 3 Novas. This means that this is simply normal colonization here. Meanwhile, we have a Dead Inside being a test loader, so he could go for the Nova Rush. But he didn't get the asteroid from his allies, so I am supposing that he's not going for the Nova Rush in this game. You'll probably see Novas nevertheless, simply because Novas are a key feature for Tesla list. And yes, we have here now corvettes pushing forward for the middle planet, turret being constructed on the volcanic planet to deal with the militia. As we can see, Mathematico did even skip his volcanic planet, so he didn't get the second Temple of Harmony at the moment I thought he would do so. because he skipped for the Cryptland. It looks like this is an adaptation built from the UBN team, as in previous game against Natural 20 they were hardcore rushed for the middle planets, and now we can see that Dead Inside and Mathematical are actually capturing their middle planets. However, we can see that there is some kind of adaptation from Natural 20 as well, as they don't even want to rush those planets. They actually try to fortify their middle planets for themselves. While Gandalf did skip his volcanic planet because he didn't get Temples of Harmony, and therefore he also didn't colonize this cryo planet because it simply doesn't have the technology for it. So this planet will remain uncolonized until either Aokia comes in or Gandalf actually constructs some of the temples. We can see now that Mathematico is not using this cryoplanet as a forward base yet. He is getting the factories. However, he wants to colonize his territory first. Looks like the same applies for Dead Inside, as his icon is moving in for the agricultural planet. I wonder who is going to take the desert planet. It would be much easier for Dead Inside, as he has corvettes to do so easily, while Mathematico opened with the Civ Lab, so he doesn't now has a military lab on this asteroid, so he could also research corvettes now. But I am not seeing any, so this desert planet will probably go to Dead Inside. Meanwhile, Gandalf managed to colonize this desert planet. He'll probably turn it into a factory vault. Yes, we are already seeing 3 factories queued up here. We also see 3 colony frigates going in for this neutral here. We also see that the UBN team is not controlling their neutral, which isn't all too bad, as it's just 1 mining facility here. However, it's pretty crucial to get those neutrals here, because here are 4 neutrals and here are 3 extra neutrals. Meanwhile, we can see that Aoki continues his colonization of his sector. He did grab the desert planet, and will now probably go for the agricultural planet. Meanwhile, Gandalf goes for the radiation storm to clean it, and therefore he will be able to send his new colony frigates to capture those neutrals here as well. Overall, it's a peaceful start, a nice start for a macro game. We do not see any kind of rush, neither fleet rush nor the Nova rush. You see now corvettes retreating, probably going for this desert planet now. Meanwhile, Mathematico's progeny is now heading back to the cryoplanet. Probably he will go for this dead asteroid. And we also see that Gandalf captured it and also upgraded its hit points, so that it takes longer for enemies to bomb the planet out. We also see that he is now sending in his colony frigates in. However, as you can see, there is a strong debuff on antimatter regen. It's 250% debuff, so it will take a few minutes for the colony frigates to regen antimatter until it's able to capture even a single mining facility. Meanwhile, Aoki almost finished colonization of his sector. He is already at the volcanic planet. However, overall, the colonization for the green-purple team goes a bit slower, as they are missing 3 of their planets, and it's just 1 planet uncolonized left for the red cyan team. Let's check on the homeworld income. We see that Mathematico is heavily upgrading his homeworld population. This is also the case for Gandalf. However, he is behind. He is 100 population behind Mathematico, while Aoki doesn't upgrade his homeworld population-wise at all. Instead, he probably went... he's going to go for the trade, but just two trade ports on his homeworld. Yeah, it looks like there is simply a peaceful colonization era going on right now, as Gandalf is jumping back and forward for whatever the reason. We also see a starbase coming out at homeward from Gandalf. It's probably to protect homeward from Novelif Cannon Rush in case it happens, and also for the allegiance boost, so that the tax income goes even higher. Overall, not really good news for the UBN team, as there is another starbase going up at this desert planet, so pushing here will be extremely hard. We can now see Mathematico jumping in with his light frigate fleet. He has 37 light frigates. He also brings in a few colonizers so that they can capture those neutrals. There is no neutrals control on this side from that inside yet, however. His Econ is fighting some flag frigates. And we can see now that one corvette is aggroing the entire militia fleet on him, while the corvette fleet will have easy times on killing the local militia, as they will not even take any shots at the main fleet. Overall, it looks like Aoki is going to take both of those planets and boost his economy. So he will probably get also a really huge trade line with those planets, then place a starbase here with a trade port, and then make a circle somewhere here. Okay, so Mathematico did gain control over this neutral, and he's now going aggressive on this dead asteroid. But the Natural 20 team has a perfect vision of those planets due to neutrals, and simply controlling the planet. So there is not going to be any surprise attacks from UBN team unless they go for the wormholes. We also see that both teams are going for envoys. There's an envoy from Okia, there's an envoy from Mathematico. Probably there are also some envoys from that inside coming somewhere soon. And the same would apply for, yes, Gandalf, as his envoy is now flying through the planets. You see a serious disciple spam from Mathematico. It's 60 disciples now. It's a much smaller fleet for Gandalf, however, he has a starbase and a few turrets here, and since starbase upgrade really fast in ally gravity well, those disciples would have actually hard times hitting through that starbase, especially under a cover of 40 corvettes. We managed to kill all the colony frigates, but before they were killed, they managed to capture 2 of those mining facilities, which is really good for Mathematico. But that inside really should care for those 4 neutrals, because they are giving an insane income to Gandalf. Still no envoy from that inside, as much as I can tell. This point is also not a factory world yet, so that inside cannot help the massive fleet production, but we are seeing novas. We are seeing triple nova, and actually at this very second, Aokia is getting a starbase on his homeworld, so the timing could not be more perfect. The moment the other team did go for the novas, there is already a starbase being constructed for Aokia, and there is already a starbase for Gandalf, so he will have even easier times protecting his homeworld. Does UPN team have vision? No, they have no scouts flying here around, so they have no vision. on the state of the homeworld protection. We see that Gandalf already has the protection from Nova's bombardment. So shooting his capital will not eliminate him from the game, it will be just good to reduce his population. And now we have Nova's hitting, as it looks like, Aokia's homeworld. He already has his starbase up, and he did begin his starbase construction shortly before the Nova's. Oh my, it's... You see this red starbase TBS Herasus is preventing from bombardment. This message came up just few seconds before the Nova's actually hit the planet, so it was just about like 3 or 4 seconds timing of this starbase that it has been constructed before the Nova's, which has saved Aokia from losing this game as of this very moment, as of this very second. So as of now, he just lost his population, but he didn't lose the game yet. It was decided by mere seconds. So really perfect timing on Aokia's side. We see a fleet construction on the volcanic planet, so that inside is not turning his desolate planet into a production world, probably as he's trying to hide his fleet from enemies. Meanwhile, we have even more tactical structures coming up at the desolate planet. Aokia probably has the wormhole technology because his ships are heading so as if they would be wanting to jump. But actually that inside has a strong corvette fleet he's now bringing in to the desolate planet. And it does, now he's jumping for that asteroid, so he will be somewhat out of position. Also still no envoy from that inside. Yeah, we see now that here's a starbase, a massive factory world with 5 factories, mass producing Javelin frigates. This desert planet is going to die in a few more seconds. Or more like a minute, actually. Because bombardment goes slowly. But yes, now since the red player has Novas, he will be able to achieve an economic advantage over his enemies, as he will slowly cast debuffs on all of the enemy planets, as you require just 1 hit by a Novel cannon to cast this population and trade income debuff, and it holds for 30 minutes, while the Novas take just 6 minutes to recharge, or 4 with the E4X upgrade. And yes, it's a 2v2 tournament. We have our Grandfinals here. Aokia looks like he is about to rush through the wormhole along with his starbase constructor. Mathematico does have a scout here, so he may not react to ships jumping in, but he for sure has vision here. The scout is not moving anywhere for a really long time, so this is intentional. We have now a starbase here by Mathematical, and this Atastart is about to die. I think Aokia will jump pretty soon with his massive Javelin production. He's Test Rebel, so he has the Savage Thrill technology. And okay, we have a 4th Novelith cannon from that inside now. And finally we see an envoy from that inside, so they will be able to get their pacts sometime soon. And yes, now Novelith cannons are going to begin hitting planets. We see two shots coming at Aokia's planets here, who have no protection from bombardment. And yes, Aokia just jumped in. The very moment Mathematica was going to construct a starbase here. So Mathematica should notice the fleet. Yes, they are now moving in to counter this Javelin attack. Let's check if Aokia has military labs for red button. 1 military lab. 2 military labs. 3, 4, 5. So yes, he has enough military labs to get a red button on his starbase. And the red button deals an insane EOE damage in an insane area. So potentially he could draw enemy fleet here, then dive into the wormhole and let the starbase explode, killing the entire fleet and jumping his fleet back through the wormhole. As the strategy is used sometimes by jumping out of the gravity well, but since jumping out of the gravity well requires you much more time, it's way more efficient to do it with the wormhole, where you simply disappear without any charge up. We see that Mathematico jumps in while Dead Inside is jumping out, but Dead Inside has a second fleet here, and the time actually plays in favor of Dead Inside and Mathematico, as they have Novas. So they simply need to hold. Aoki doesn't get his Savage Thrill buff, as there is no plan to bomb here at this wormhole. However, this also means that Dead Inside is not getting his Militia buff. Now have a battle happening at this wormhole. We have an insane amount of Javelins frigates here. It's 72 frigates. We have a second starbase coming from Gandalf. Now Dead Inside joins the battle with his massive corvette fleet. Those corvettes are somewhat out of position though. They're jumping out once again. Okay, so they're not out of position, they are simply jumping out. But do I see an Econ running? Okay, so this Econ is probably going down, as it is not flying to the nearest point to jump. It flies far, far away, and yeah, its hit points are dropping really fast. And it's down. So Dead Inside just lost his capital ship, but it was just an Econ, not a really heavy loss. While Aokia did lose 2, even 3 planets here. Next shot should really go for the Gandalf's capital, as it has some insane tax income with 500 population. Although Mathematico has even more population, as he has 600. He's still the same 100 population ahead, and his population upgrades are more optimized. We see now here those corvettes killing the scout. And it looks like Aoki and Gandalf are going for this agricultural planet. If Natural 20 manages to get a choke planet, not even a choke planet, just a planet deep into territory of UBN team, they should be capable of pushing even further, as they will get a factory world here. And now the question is, can they even repel this much culture? Because mathematical culture is here, and it actually comes, most of it comes from the homeworld, so it will be really hard repelling this culture. But yes, since he's now bombing the planet, he has the benefit of Savage Thrill, so his javelins have now 18 DPS. Those corvettes are also somewhat out of the position. There are 60 corvettes. It will be really helpful. but they're out of position, and this entire fleet is not fighting as a single unit, so those Javelists have easy times picking out single targets. Like we saw, those two disciples simply disappeared. Now it's 3 disciples, and more are to follow. Now that inside Mathematical are finally turning around to give a battle. We have that inside with Militia, so there is the counter to Savage Thrill. Both fleets have the same technological stance. And it's now about killing all of those Javelin frigates. We see more starbases coming in for Aokia. 2 starbase constructors here. They should be sniped fast by either Dead Inside or Mathematical. You know, we see that Dead Inside continues spamming corvettes. Aoki is getting hard times resupplying his fleet as he is now low on economy, as he is losing his planets. That inside did target this agricultural planet from Gandalf instead of targeting the homeworld. Not sure if that was the right decision. Meanwhile, at this battle here at the agricultural planet, we have massive corvette fleet under militia fighting Javelin frigates, and actually Aoki is losing a lot of his fleet. He is now down to 37 Javelin frigates, so it's mostly Gandalf fleet who is now a threat. The Starbase constructor is running away, while Dead Inside focuses the Starbase which is being constructed, and it looks like it's going to go down as its hit points are not regenerating as fast as the Starbase is dead. Now, yeah, the second Starbase goes up. Those corvettes deal some heavy damage due to militia buff, as it gives 30% DPS and 4 armor to them. Also, if they did get pacts with Mathematical, his corvettes, or rather, once they get pacts with Mathematical, his corvettes will become extremely tanky, having like 1000 hit points. For now, Dead Inside is not targeting the Starbase, he is attacking the Javelin fleet. So Aoki is now down to 24 Javelins. And he had close to 50 or 60 or even 60 Javelins, so his entire fleet is dead now. His Akanthor is level 6, it can use its ultimate to protect the Starbase during the construction. He is about to bomb out the planet. We see that this Transcentia Starbase is actually culturing, did get a culture upgrade, so that Aokia has a chance to add colonizing this agriculture planet. So, and once this planet dies, those corvettes lose their militia buff, so they will be much weaker at hitting targets. Mathematical has the Starbase technology, as he has a Starbase on his homeworld, so he should have sent 1 Starbase here to get the auxiliary government so that he doesn't lose control of this planet, because once this planet loses its final 122 hit points, there is no more militia for that inside. Luckily, they will kill the Starbase on time, so there will be no Starbase protection once Aoki colonizes the planet, so you'll not be able to hold it if Mathematical bombs the planet. But Dead Inside lost his Kepler ship. I'm not sure if he has rebuilt it. Doesn't look like it, and Mathematical's Progen is simply sitting at this planet for whatever the reason. We see a Starbase constructor coming in from Gandalf. So another priority target. Right now, Dead Inside is focusing Progen. Quite bad Starbase placement as it blocks now Progen from jumping out. It's body blocking it. Now Malice just Progin just used Shield Regen, and Aokia comes in with his Akan to save the Progin. This would be a perfect time to recolonize the planet, because this would mean that Inside would get his militia back. As right now his corvettes have 2 armor and 10 DPS, but with militia they have 13 DPS and 6 armor. So it's really good to try and colonize the planet, even though there are enemies. Because even if you get it for a few minutes or seconds, you still get this buff. Looks like that Inside is going for the Javelin skill here. Aoki did manage to refleet up to 40 Javelins once again. He has more at the wormhole, so he can. So he has 60 Javelins. Meanwhile, we have 110 corvettes for that Inside, and also some fleet. 70 corvettes for 60 corvettes for Mathematical. So it's now an all-in attack at the starbase. We have some Solanos coming in from Mathematical, but no colonization ship. And yes, Aoki is about to colonize this planet. We have some lag due to amount of the ships, or simply some internet connection issues. I will make sure to make save. I'm not sure if we are losing Mathematical and have to rehost from this point. Well, Ningleton, before Gandalf and Okia managed to random at least one Vasari, and yes, with the Vasari they would rush for enemy middle planets. So we had some adaptation from UBN who have rushed for their own middle planets. Okay, yeah, we are back to battle. It looks, let me check. Yes, everyone is in the game. Okia's Javelin fleet simply dies, but there goes the fleet disorientation. All of those corvettes simply get caught in it and cannot move at all. But we have a few Solanos coming in here who will disable the starbase. Not the starbase entirely, but its abilities. Yes, you can see now abilities disabled, and corvettes should be able to move. Yes, now they can fight it. And they all have just sniped the level 7 Progen with a strong dive from those corvettes. Meanwhile, Solanos try to take out the starbase, but Icon has recharged its ultimate once again, so the starbase can get a few upgrades while the ultimate is up. Is there a capital ship coming in? There's a Progen. Oh, my bad. It was not this corvette dive in. It was the focus fire from Gandalf who has killed the Mathematicos Progen, because here is the Alsan Progen. Akan's ultimate is down now, so all the ships can continue firing. Starbase did manage to disable the entire fleet once again because it had time to restore its disabling ability. This means that the Dead Inside Mathematical fleet is going to spin for one round once again. We also have just 4 Solanas here, so we need more Solanas coming in, or the starbase doesn't go down. But yeah, for now at least this ability is disabled, and we have just 2 more Slances who can disable the Starbase abilities for 30 seconds. So as long as they are shooting, the Starbase should not be able to activate its disabling ability. We have 22 Javelins for Aokia, but they no longer have the Savage Thrill ability, as the planet bombing happened way long ago. We also see that Aokia did not upgrade planet population, and now the planet died. Actually, this means that that inside just activated Savage Thrill for Aokia as the planet got bombarded. This would have been a bad choice if there were light frigates here, as Javelins would completely wreck them. However, since here are mostly corvettes, in E4X, Javelins frigates deal just 35% of their damage against corvettes, so while they have 18 DPS, effective DPS against corvettes is something like 8. Meanwhile, corvettes do normal damage against Javelins frigates, so their 10 DPS go as 10 DPS. The Starbase placement is actually very good for the destruction of reinforcements from Mathematico, as when they jump directly at the Starbase. So either you need to micro your reinforcements to fly farther away and then jump in, or you jump into the enemy fleet and the Starbase. Let's check on the global map. Yeah, Gandalf's homeworld did get finally a Nova hit, so it's capped at 400 population now. Aokia lost even more planets. He's now down to his homeworld, 1 asteroid, and his production planet. So Aoki is very low on income. He will not be able to fleet any more efficiently. Mostly, Aoki's mistake in this game is that E4X changes a lot how Javelins interact with corvettes, because in vanilla you can potentially stack Savage Thrill and other Javelins abilities to fight more or less efficient against corvettes. But in E4X, because they did cut the Javelins, the long-range frigates damage against corvettes, their DPS is almost non-existent. And therefore, those glass cannons are not real cannons and are still out of class when it comes to fighting with corvettes. Okay, we finally see a few capital ships coming in from the Red Sand team. That inside is probably going to colonize the planet soon. We see that capital ships are moving in to bomb the planet the moment it gets colonized. This hero unit may be under heavy fire now. Okay, we see now that Gandalf colonized the planet before that inside did. Yeah, Mathematico is gathering his Solanuses, but he didn't move them up, or rather a bit downwards, so that they could shoot at the Starbase out of its range. They will jump directly at the Starbase here. Okay, we see a Mars, which will deal a lot of damage to the Starbase, to this planet. However, yeah, the planet got protection from bombardment damage, so bombing this planet will simply activate Savage Thrill for Aokia without killing the planet. Okay, we have some allowing phase jumps between planets without connecting phase lanes. So apparently, yeah, all of the Gandalf planets have a phase stabilizer node now. So he can jump there, like this. His ships are now jumping as if they were Vasari. Actually pretty fun, because Previously, they would have to go through the wormhole. We now see a repair bay coming from Gandalf so that it protects the starbase. Meanwhile, I don't really get why that inside continues to bomb that planet, considering that it reactivates the Savage Thrill for Aokia. We have 8 Solanuses for Mathematica here. Aokia moves in to get a few snipes on those corvettes. Aokia did manage to rebuild up to 40 Javelin frigates once again. He has 20 at this plant. Not sure if he forgot about them or if he wants to just jump them in as a group. So he is once again at his 60 Javelins. And yeah, he's going to snipe this Solanus. Aoki is actually managing somehow to mass produce Javelin frigates despite him having very poor economy. He has just 17 credits on his homeworld. He lost his final asteroid, and while he keeps mining facilities at the lost planets, the extraction rate goes down to the minimal one. So it goes like, instead of getting 1 metal per second from this mining facility, he just gets like 0.3. Do we have battle? We did get a few. Okay, did get a few snipes at those corvettes.
Shockwave has rippled phase space.
Was there some IUE ability? Trench. Okay, so now we have Okia focusing this Akan, and versus Akan, their DPS goes full in, so it's taking some heavy damage. Okay, it's his ultimate, so that doesn't suffer any losses. We actually, is it? Yeah, we see now Orgroves coming in for that inside and even Javelin, so there is a technological follow-up for that inside. And those Illums flying through the galaxy, I'm going to make a screenshot of that. And it looks like this Akan is going to die because it's flying way far into the enemy lines without any cover. Once Akan's ultimate is off, all the DPS will go into that Akan. Although those Charles frigates are not turning around. So not sure what this maneuver is. At least they stop bombing the planets, so Javelins will have, in some time, they will return to their 14 DPS instead of 18. And now they are beginning shooting at the Marza level 1, which will die pretty fast to all of the DPS. Corvettes should dive in to protect the Marza because otherwise it simply dies here. It's already at 2.6 hit points, going down really fast. Just 2 more hits and it's a dead capital ship. There goes 1 hit and yeah, it's totally dying. 200 hit points. Is it making out? 30 hit points. It's somehow slowed down, so now it's going to take another hit. Why? Okay, yeah, now it's dead. Okay, we have now also a jump inhibitor constructed by Gandalf here, so that it becomes much harder to retreat. This hero unit is in danger.
A giant shockwave has rippled phase space.
And we have at least a corvette assault. Yeah, Solanuses are jumping in now as well. It was just a trap, so they decided to suicide all of the capital ships, so that the entire fleet of Gandalf and Aokia moves out away from the starbase. Meanwhile, Solanuses go in on the starbase, and can kill it. So those Orgrovs here are not being useful at all. They could potentially go for the wormhole and kill the star bases there. To kill the culture, for example. We have Solances disabling the repair platform, so they should not be able to repair a starbase now. Yeah, and Aoki and Gandalf now rush in to protect the starbase. The shields are going to be down soon. Still not sure if that's enough DPS. Orgrovs should totally go in to ensure the kill. Those corvettes are hitting the reinforcements of Aoki. Not sure if those Solanus frigates educators want to jump out once enemy hits them, because if they do, you would want corvettes creating some cover fire. Meanwhile, that inside is simply distracting. Okay, yes. Yeah, Solanus are jumping out. And now we have Orgrovs coming in. Also, we have Javelin frigates back at 14 DPS because the planet has not been bombed for a really long time now. The phase jump inhibitor has been destroyed as well, so those ships can easily jump in and out, except they will be losing hit points and antimatter due to the starbase debuff. Yeah, planet-wise, it's just capital worlds, production worlds, and that's it. So it's 2 planets per player. Gandalf got his extra planet here for plant production, and he's actually losing it to culture, so time is working for Pet Insight and Mathematico here as well. Yeah, meanwhile, we have even Dead Inside getting population on his homeworld. He's already at 40 tax income, while Aokia sits only at 18, and Gandalf is as poor as 8 credits per second. Yes, those ships jumping between planets without the jump inhibitor is because there was a random event at all of the Gandalf's planets which linked them with the phase stabilizer. I didn't know about this random event either until it happened, because it's in E4X future. Okay, we see now that Dead Inside did retreat. His ships did get 30% hull damage. Aken losing antimatter is not as crucial, because it requires rarely its antimatter. Okay, is getting a decent Javelin fleet. He is now at 91 Javelins here. Gandalf is also having a strong LRM fleet. It's 55 lums, but they have low upgrade values, just 20 DPS, and we have seen 40 DPS items from Aoki last game. It looks like Aoki and Gandalf are going to strike this Vulcan planet next. Mathematico is simply retreating from the planet. He's going to lose those military labs, but he has enough planets to use them and replace. Meanwhile, this allows for an assault at the starbase. Although, without Solan's educators, Dead Inside's fleet will be caught in the ability of mass disorientation from the starbase, because Solan's educators do have the ability to disable any abilities from the starbase, but Orgrovs don't have such an ability, so That inside actually wants Mathematico to return with his Solanuses so that his ships do not go crazy mode. Aoki's fleet is simply clearing numbers of hostility, a few mining facilities here, taking some economy away from Mathematico and also disrupting his reinforcement lines. And we have another Novolith round at the production worlds. Doesn't matter much because those plants are protected and they are already with the Nova debuff. So it will kill the population, so it's still going to cost 2 credits per sec for the enemy team. But the real power is in their fleet. Okay, we have now Gandalf moving in to shoot at those Orgrovs. Some of the corvettes are jumping at those Illums, but not all of them. So those Orgrovs are actually going to take some heavy damage here, and they are costly units, so killing them will be a really good trade, which the Natural 20 team requires, as they are struggling economy-wise, so they need good trades. We have 19 DPS Javelins here now. $90 Javelins meeting insane amount of corvettes. What is it? 180 corvettes for Mathematico. Now, yeah, Aoki has to activate his ultimate simply to retreat, because this battle would not have been won even in Vanilla and on E4X with a nerf to Javelin frigates. That's not going to happen for sure. Yeah, about the super weapons, they are actually buffed in E4X, because who knows? So in Vanilla, the Novolith cannons would not be hitting as hard as they do in E4X. E4X developers simply thought probably that why not buff the super weapons? It's so much fun, and we can see how much fun it is. Natural 20 team sits on 0 economy. But since E4X devs claim that E4X is a balance mode, I'm pretty sure we are all fine. We're about to get some final battle, I would suppose, here. Aoki still has a really strong fleet. 90 Javelins, so can shred those Javelins of the enemy. They will have a bit of hard times dealing with the corvettes. Okay, so those corvettes somehow ignore the Javelins, or they're simply flying behind? Yeah, they're flying behind the Javelins so that Javelins cannot shoot at the corvettes. The Javelins are turning around, corvettes go for another round behind the Javelins frigates. And now that inside is trying to micro his corvettes to stay all of the time behind the Javelins. He fails to do so, and so he decides to retreat. But now we see an insane corvette fleet coming in from Mathematico, who has almost 200 corvettes here. And corvettes are a hard counter to any long-range frigates, so Javelins and Illuminators are those long-range frigates. Gandalf and Aoki decide to fight outside their starbase. We see that 180 corvettes do not want to fight long-range frigates yet. They focus on that Progen. Progen is going to hit a few nice Malice hits, which will probably kill 28 corvettes per cast, which happens every 10 seconds. However, even if we multiply 10 casts, actually 10 casts times 28 kills is 280 corvettes killed. So if there's enough DPS to kill all of the corvettes under Malice, it would kill the fleet. The issue is that Malice hits only 28 targets, and your ships are not for sure hitting the Malice corvettes, so if they hit normal corvettes, the Malice goes wasted. And with this huge amount of corvettes, the odds are your ships will be hitting normal corvettes and not the corvettes under Malice effect. This Progen, despite being level 9 and having nice hit point upgrades, goes really low, but there comes in an ultimate from Progen, from Akane just in time to save this Progen. We have a few more repair bays. It also can be micro. The Akane ultimate disables the repair ability, but if you place Progen under protection of Akane, but the repair base outside of the Akane's ultimate, it could repair the progenitor under the ultimate. But it looks like it's more of a full retreat here, so they're not microing it for Progen to get a safe repair. But it's also not required, as we can see that Mathematic on that inside has retreated to their half of the gravity well here. It's also fun that the battle here was so intense that Aoki and Gandalf never had the time to kill those 2 labs for Mathematical. We also see no recolonization efforts from Aoki or Gandalf, so on the one hand, they are not wasting a lot of cash for starbase protection on all of those planets. On the other hand, it means that they are going to sit on 0 economy, as without extra distracting targets for the Novas, all of the Novas are going to hit your homeworld, and this means that you're going to be kept not just at lower amount of max population, you're going to lose your entire population. Like right now we have 110 population on Gandalf's homeworld, and those 2 Nova hits coming in completely wipe out the entire population, and we go from 14 tax income down to 7. It looks like Mathematico did dive in with part of his corvettes, but they got caught in the disorientation ability from the starbase, so it's another opportunity for Aoki and Gandalf to make some really nice trade here and make up for their worse economy. Yeah, that was pretty safe kills, and Mathematicus had around 200 corvettes, now he's down to 127. So he lost around 50 or 60 corvettes without making any kills. A really nice trade for Aokia and Gandalf, who now go in for another assault here. And now once Mathematicus' fleet has been weakened, the few more Malice hits will be much more effective, and the repair base did regen the whole of the project, just low on shields, but not that low that it wouldn't survive a few hits. So yeah, we probably are going to see that inside and Mathematical retreating from this planet. At least they try to draw Aoki and Gandalf as far away as they can. Okay, this is actually bad, because now they're jumping out and all of their ships are 700% slow on the jump out. That inside probably didn't know that in E4X jump inhibitor doesn't need to be placed correctly. In E4X you can simply place it wherever you want in the gravity well, and it affects the entire gravity well. So they are actually caught here, and it could have been further free kills for Natural 20 team, but it looks like even Natural 20 team didn't know that this jump inhibitor prevents anyone from jumping on this side. As for E4X balance, you can always try to talk... Oh, we actually see a raid attack from Aoki on this agriculture plant, which I totally missed, because we now have a starbase here, which can get an ability to prevent colonization on this planet. And unless that inside gets his own starbase here, yeah, we see now the entire fleet goes for this agriculture plant, and Gandalf and Aokia are probably are going to get an extra planet here. They're getting extra ground because those corvettes are not even getting militia buff because this planet is no longer colonized. Meanwhile, those javelins have the Savage Thrill buff, and the entire fleet is far away, so that inside cannot properly counteract this raid attack from Aokia. So Aokia is getting an extra planet here. Game ends at 2.5 hour mark with the most planets win. Aokia is going for another starbase at this volcanic planet, and that inside's fleet is only now moving upwards. So yes, Aoki is getting this planet, and he has now protection from losing this planet from any bombardment. On the one side, it means... Oh yeah, we have another attack from Gandalf. Who dives in on those Solanuses, and Mathematical cannot even go in to protect them because there is a jump inhibitor which will prevent corvettes from jumping out of the planet. So Solanuses have to go in here and attack the starbase. The starbase now disables all of the ships around it, so they cannot properly shoot. Those corvettes dive in on the Illums. Quite a hot battle here. We have now Solanus shooting at pretty all of the tactical structures because they have 4 firing targets. Meanwhile, we have now split forces for Aoki and Gandalf, so it's no longer 2v2 situation, but rather 2 single 1v1s. So at least jump inhibitors are down and Mathematical can retreat normally. This attack costed him all of his Solanuses though, so he still has 11, but they are all low on hit points and they are not making out. So this was another insanely good trade for Natural 20 team. We have now Orgroves jumping in for that side, however they're going to be useless as Aokia jumps with his Javelis for this agricultural planet. It would have been much better use for those Orgroves to go in and kill this planet and not allow Aokia to get a hold out here, because this starbase may get a red button anytime, and you don't want your corvettes fighting a starbase with a potential red button. Still no recolonization efforts from Natural 20 team, but they are actually now getting more planets, so we still have more than 1 hour until the timer victory. Okay, we have those Orgroves flying somewhere up. Here are the Javelins sitting, waiting for destruction attack. The starbase goes down because there are Groves shooting, your Groves, Corvettes with the militia. Yeah, those Corvettes are now at 950 hit points because they have pacts. And they have also 11 armor, so those Corvettes are insanely strong when fighting at friendly gravity wells. However, the question is how that inside is going to kill this starbase, and we have another starbase constructor from Gandalf here. So this game is for sure not lost yet for the natural 20, as they managed to get an extra planet after all of this time. And while they sit on in a minimal economy, like Mathematica gets 77 credits per second from his homeworld, Aoki has 10 and Gandalf has 11. But they are just making such insanely good trades in every single battle that they managed to kill another planet, and now that Inside is jumping in. He has an insane amount of corvettes. Let me check. It's 150 corvettes, but here they have no militia advantage, and without militia they are much weaker. Yes, those javelins no longer have Savage Thrill because this planet is not bombed, but the Starbase can get Red Button anytime, and there'll be also Gandalf Starbase with the Master's Orientation. With all of this economy, Dead Inside and Mathematica should have simply had Starbases everywhere to protect their planets from those raid attacks, but they have overestimated themselves, and now they are dealing with this really hard situation, because from those agricultural planets you can strike at 2 planets and you can quickly reinforce your ally just within 1 jump, while for Dead Inside to come over to this planet to help his ally, he would need to go something like this in a full circle with 4 jumps until he is at this agricultural planet. And then if there is some kind of raid attack on this homeworld, the service is actually not upgraded as well, so this service could be taken out pretty fast if there is some kind of destruction attack. So you would need to fly even farther around.
A giant shockwave has rippled
This planet-wise is 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's 13 planets against 6 planets. But looks like Aoki is actually now going for the recolonization effort, as he is sending in few of his colonizers around the galaxy. And it doesn't look like Dead Inside and Mathematico are going to know about it, as they have no scouts in this area. So this might actually work for Okia to get even more planets. And since they hold 2 of those planets, while Yuben holds just 1 extra planet in the middle, they have actually the potential to win by the timer and having more planets. Okay, so we see now Mathematico is retreating, probably because he was taking some losses to those fighters. Yes, it's now on his homeworld. But once again, now Oki has moved to this wormhole and he can strike this production planet, because this starbase cannot take the fire or firepower of those 110 Javelin frigates. It's an unupgraded starbase, but even as an upgraded starbase, it would die pretty fast. And there is no scouting effort from UPN team to keep control over the wormhole, so they have no idea that Aoki just left this planet, and Dead Inside doesn't have enough Orgroves to kill the starbase. So now Aoki jumps in, and Mathematico is out of position. His corvettes are only now rotating down to the volcanic planet. Meanwhile, we can see that Gandalf is actually having constant vision on this volcanic planet, so Natural 20 knew that their enemies are out of position. So Oki is going to have easy times killing this starbase. And do they have no starbase constructors, which is probably because they are really low on income, so they are not going to pull off the same strategy with the starbase going up at this planet. So it's just a starbase kill and probably run away tactic. Oh yes, correct, Xenon. Coucher is preventing Aoki from recolonizing his planet, which is somewhat sad. And let's look at this battle here. Yeah, it's the starbase kill, and now Aoki will probably activate his ultimate, because now Dead Inside jumps in with 13 armor on his corvettes and 14 DPS. Yeah, there goes the ultimate from Aoki's Ekan. This capital ship is a bit of in danger, but yeah, it's not going to die, because it flies into the aura from Ekan right now. We have now Gandalf trying to harass, but yeah, he sees that he cannot harass here. He should have went for the homeworld, because this starbase is not protected at all, and it could be another starbase snipe. He wouldn't be able to kill the homeworld simply because it has a lot of hit points, but killing the starbase, a few culture hubs, labs could at least demoralize the UBN team. Yeah, we have for sure a much better coordination and trades on the Natural 20 team. However, due to how Novas are affecting the gameplay, especially in E4X with the minigun upgrade, so it's much harder for them. Now, do we see any corvettes movements here? No, we don't. Meanwhile, it looks like Gandalf is actually going to do what I was expecting, to attack the starbase, but now the starbase actually got a hit point upgrade. We have some bantering about Novas and starbases being deleted from the game, which is actually decent advice, because both are not making this an easy day for a team who is trading much better and utilizing much better strategy in how they move around the map. We have mathematical egging once again, so I'm going to make another save just to make sure we do not drop. Okay, we have now all of those Javelin frigates coming in to help Gandalf. And as I said, now Dead Set is completely out of position, so he went for his planet. And now he wants to assist Mathematical protecting his homeworld. He would need to fly all across those planets, then go down here, and only then he will be able to help his ally. He has a small force here of carriers with some fighters, but I'm not sure if he even queued fighters, because there are 12 carriers but only 8 fighters. And Gandalf and Naoki are about to jump, and they also did bring an extra starbase here. So we now have Mathematical jumping in on this agriculture planet. Does he have lances? Doesn't have much of lances here. Yeah, we now see that those corvettes are now going to protect Mathematical's homeworld, but they need to fly a much longer path. So this starbase is going down. Maybe there will be also some population damage on Mathematico's homeworld, and for sure they will be able... Are there culture hubs? Okay, there are no culture hubs. No, there are 2 culture hubs for the 30% tax income. But yeah, those are down, so Mathematico will lose 30% of his tax income from his homeworld just by losing those 2 culture hubs. The Starbase has a lot of hit points. But yeah, those corvettes are now caught in the jump inhibitor slow. Those corvettes are simply making a much longer route. What Mathematica could have done is place some jump inhibitor here at the back, because Gandalf and Oki didn't have fast ships to raid the jump inhibitor, and since a jump inhibitor here would prevent this entire fleet from jumping out, it would force Gandalf and Aoki into some kind of final battle. We now have just insane bar of fleet here in the Empire tree. Let me quickly zoom out to announce the fleet sizes. We have 100 corvettes for Aoki at 2 capital ships. We have 60 Illuminator vessels for Gandalf, along with some illusions. We have 150 corvettes for that inside, and 214 corvettes for Mathematico. Yeah, this is not something Gandalf and Aoki can fight, especially with the militia buff for that inside. So they are retreating now. There is no jump inhibitor to slow them down. They can retreat without taking any heavy losses because Akan has activated its ultimate once again. The Starbase didn't die, so all Mathematica has lost was a culture hub. So he needs to get that culture hub up again.
Shockwave has rippled phase space.
Yeah, and while there was some culture pressure, Gandalf and Okia did get a few culture hubs, and they are now recolonizing their space. But it looks like Dead Inside is counteracting this recolonization effort, and he sends Novas to kill 4 planets Aoki just invested into. And there are no starbases to protect them. So this is a clear sign for Natural 20 team. If they want to recolonize planets, they will have to invest into starbases with the Allegiance upgrade. Looks like we have a battle here over this planet. There goes a scuttling of capital ship. It has a stun on it. If it scuttles near enemy ships, they are going to be stunned. Now Mathematico simply needs to place the capital ship correctly, because right now it's between 2 fleets. I'm not sure if the range of the disable is going to affect anyone by this placement. The range is 5k and this square is 4k, so yes, it will affect the Illums, not the Javalis. So we have Scuttle coming through. Okay, yeah. Bjorn didn't drop out. It's just the sheer amount of ships make the game lag. This capital ship is about to stun all of the Illums. It just needs not to overfly all those Illums. Just 1 more second until stun. And there we go, all of those ships are stunned. And the Javelins did fly into it as well, so all of those ships are stunned for 40 seconds. Those corvettes can now kill them. Akan is not stunned. Once its ultimate recharges, it can protect the fleet. Yeah, well, about corvette spam, I did propose my assistance to E4X team with their balance, but they thought that they know better, and this is why we are now enjoying the Novodef rush and the corvette leg. So meanwhile, this entire fleet is still stunned. The time slowdown is real because of the game lag. So those 40 seconds stun is probably going to be like a minute for us. They didn't abandon Sins. If you check, they did drop like a news article about Sins getting a huge announcement in 2021. And huge announcement sounds to me more than just some extra random DLC. Yeah, now the stun is over, ships are moving out, but it was insane damage to Aokia's fleet. He had over 100 Javalises, now he's down to 46 Javalis frigates. And Gandalf lost something like 20 Unums as well. So it's 60 Javalises lost for Aokia and 20 Unums for Gandalf, simply on a one capital ship stun. Now we actually had one final CPU page. It tells us lagging, but yeah, it's not like I can affect it anyway. Actually, this was the first trade in which UBN team traded extremely good without taking any losses because enemy team was completely stunned, so even Mali's ability wouldn't do anything because ships were not shooting, they were not moving. This is one of the features in E4X where Advent get their capital ships an ability. It's pretty cheap, it costs like 1,000 credits. And if the capital ship is killed, it stuns all of the enemies, including enemy capital ships, corvettes, frigates, everything in a range of 5k. And range of 5k is like this square is 4k, so 5k would be something like this. And since it's in the OE, it's like this square. So on this square, everything would be stunned except starbases and Titan. It's another great balance feature of E4X. Do not ask me why, it's just their balance mod, and they didn't want me to look into it in any way despite my balance experience. I'm pretty sure Mathematico has his second hero here with the stun on top of it as well. Heroes are completely free in E4X, so it's a free hero with a 1000 credits buff on it, and you can disable this entire square of fleet, including enemy capital ships. So actually, you could dive in with that capital ship, kill it, and like scuttle it, and it would stun even the Aachen level 10. So we would get 40 seconds to kill that Aachen, which might be a way to counter its constant ultimate pressure. We have more capital ships coming in from Mathematico, all with the 1000 credit buff for the fleet disable. So in fact, Mathematico could do a really great micro thing where he begins scuttling his capital ship here, then he jumps in, and while he is jumping in, the scuttle process goes almost full, and once he jumps in, the entire fleet is stunned, and they can easily dive in and attack the starbase.
A giant shockwave has rippled phase space.
Yes, and since it's an RTS type game, so this does match up with their huge announcement. I meant another huge announcement about which was completely aimed at Sins. Radiance is good in vanilla, but in E4X, I'm pretty sure Mathematico is building. Did I already miss? Where is the second Radiance? It's here. Okay, because in E4X you can get a stun ability on your capital ship, so simply by, if Mathematical could theoretically micro it, it begins scuttling here, jumps in 7 seconds, this distance is pretty small, he flies in, he jumps in directly at this point, he stuns the entire fleet, yeah, like this, so he didn't scuttle it before, he just jumps in, this capital ship is going to stun the entire fleet. Now he begins to scuttle it now. Aokia throws an Iron Bolt. Gandalf is actually trying to run away. Yeah, this is why I said that Radiant's scuttle should be before you jump in. Because now Gandalf is running away, so only Aokia is going to be stunned. Now Aokia tries to run away as well. There goes in the stun from the star base. This capital ship dies. It stuns the Akan. Yeah, Akan is stunned. So there is no ultimate from Akan for 40 seconds. This is actually a great opportunity to kill the Akan. And yeah, Mathematico is bringing in his next capital ship to suicide. Corvettes are still disabled. We have some massive Orgrovs shooting here. Oh, there are actually meteors coming in from the starbase, but the abilities are now disabled by Solana's fire. We have here our next Radiance being scuttled for the fleet stun. Akan is alive once again, but if this Radiance follows it, it will disable Akan and... yeah, no. Mathematico should, unqueue the scuttle because it's not going to stun anyone. It would actually stun, but it would be useless because you could not follow up with any attack. And now there are even more meteors coming in. At least I can hear them. Aoki goes with his Javelis fleet, at least the remains of it. He has 53 Javelis. Focus on Orgroves. Aoki doesn't have Savage Throw because his plant has not been bombed. We now have Gandalf capital ships jumping in with abilities. This Radiance is being scuttled once again. And yeah, this starbase goes down. What the starbase lacks is another starbase from Aokia, which would threaten that inside Mathematico with the red button. Because this way they wouldn't be able to aggressively jump in. With the corvettes, they would have to rely only on the Orgroves. And now this starbase goes down. The Radiance is also about to get scuttled, so it will stun the enemy ships. And yes, engines are disabled, but not the phase engines. So since these ships began to jump out, they can still continue jumping out while being stunned. So they will be stunned once they land at the wormhole. We can see they are stunned, but they actually managed to run away from this planet. At this point, that inside could simply send a Novolith cannon to kill the planet, get some starbase in for protection to be safe, and now they can begin cleaning out the sector. Finally, after 1.5 hours, UBN is taking at least one planet for themselves. Hangars are actually pretty bad for shields restore because it tells you, yeah, there is a knowledge round. It tells you it regens 4 shields, but it's not 4 shields per second, it's 4 shield points per 2.5 seconds, so that means just 1 point something shield restore per second. So that's really nothing. It's okay if you're trying to protect your buildings from some pirate raid or some other kind of raid, but at this fleet sizes where we have 200 corvettes per player, the 1 hit point region wouldn't do anything. Especially if you compare it to a repair bay. Repair bay gives you 30 hit points as advent or 40 hit points repair. Well, it's just 1 hit point, as I said, and it's for shields, and shields do not have the benefit of armor rate. While once the shields are down, the shield mitigation is still applied, so the hit points repair is much stronger, and we have this massively jumping in now. It's 150 corvettes for it inside, almost 200 corvettes for Mathematico. I didn't check on... it's 40 Javelis, just 40 Javelis for Aokia, and 30 Illumus and 20 defense vessels. So actually they are now getting finally getting defense vessels, which will deal decent damage against corvettes. And this is where we are heading from natural 20, actually getting extra planets, even pushing for a short while at Mathematico's homeworld. And now everything decides at this wormhole. If this starbase has like a red button and the entire fleet manages to jump into this wormhole while the starbase explodes entire fleet, this would mean another perfect trade for natural 20. We have another capital ship suicide here. It looks like it looks very much as if Aokia would have a red button here, because Gandalf is simply flying away, trying to as if he would be trying to fly away out of the range of the red button. But it would be much wiser to like take a fight directly at the wormhole. The moment you're ready to press the red button, just fly the extra few meters into the wormhole middle. While I'm pretty sure that Mathematico and Dead Inside did not get their wormhole technology jump, because they never used it. So this is a nice strategy for sneaking out of the gravity and then making a huge explosion in radius like this, where everything dies from the starbase. But we now have Solanus shooting at the starbase, so its abilities are disabled. It's not going to use red button. But we don't have that many Solanuses yet, just 8 Solanuses, so Aoki and Gandalf have all the chances in the world to kill the Solanuses and then use the red button. We have a capital ship trying to stun something in this area, but all of the ships did run away. It can stun Ekon. There is also no repulsion from Gandalf, as Edwin he could have go for repulsion, where he would make all of the corvettes pretty useless. Okay, so this starbase has its abilities disabled and it goes down, so we will never know if there was a red button, but it did not explode. So this means there is no flip wipe for UBN. Galaxy view is here, so we have entire quadrant under UBN control except this planet. It looks like there was another sneak attack on this volcanic planet simply to bomb it out, or it maybe died to culture. And here at the galaxy view we have just the capitals, the factory walls, and this one volcanic planet being not bombed out. But let's go back to Aoki's. He has another starbase here, which he could use as red button. This starbase goes down to Orgroves. Question is, yeah, Mathematico has 6 Solanuses, which can disable the starbase pretty much reliably, but they are low on hit points, so if Gandalf focuses them, it could be a fleet wipe. Yeah, it looks very much like Aoki is trying to use the red button because his fleet is running away. He could activate now his Ekon's ultimate Okay, there is a stun go, so okay, Eken is not going anywhere because it's stunned now. It cannot use its ultimate. It can be focused now. The ships can turn around, but they cannot fly or shoot or use their abilities, so the Eken is down. It's still worth a shot to explode here your starbase because it's just a few Javelises dying versus 400 corvettes. We have now Solances coming in. They will disable the abilities from the starbase in a few more seconds. I don't see any rod pattern animation yet, and we're about to see the starbase disabled. Yeah, abilities are disabled for next 30 seconds. So there is not going to be any red button explosion. Although there are no Groves here, and there are just 4 Solances. So if Aoki or Gandalf focus those 4 Solances, there could still be a red button explosion with all of the 400 corvettes going down in a single explosion. All Aoki needs is to take his final corvettes, final Javelises. He has still 30 of them, and kill those low life Solances. All of them are really low life. They are on red hit points. Oh, we actually have an Eken from that inside, so he would be able to hit his own ultimate in case there is a red button. But it's still hard to time it because red button has this weird animation which you can barely see, especially in lag. You can miss the animation because it simply doesn't appear, and in that case that would cost you 400 corvettes. Yes, Mathematico has the strongest cancer with his capital ships disabled. It's not just one plan difference. If you see, those plants are uncolonized. All of them are dead. And we have a winner. Aoki has left, and now it's just Gandalf still in the game. And yes, we have our winner. We can now go check out the game stats. Okay, so let's go with the credit income. So we can see Aoki had some insane credit income here at min 28. Where do I check the super weapons? Resurrections, marauding, artifact. Hard to tell. Okay, let's say damage taken, blend bombing. Or down? Yeah, here. Oh yes, at minute 30, Aoki did take his Nova's hit, so this is a spike. Yeah, due to the Nova bombardment, he went from 83 credits per second down to 61 credits, so this was also where Trollic almost killed the homeworld or Aokia here, so it was just at a few more seconds the Starbase got the protection of the homeworld. So all of the Novellas were targeted at the homeworld. Then we had a few more hits here. It's minute 30, minute 34. So as I said, in E4X, Novas recharge just 4 minutes. So after 4 minutes, that inside made another Nova strike. And from that point on, the Novas began hitting also Gandalf. So they were sitting at 11 credits for Gandalf and 20 credits for Aokia, while Mathematical Dead Inside had steady economy of 50 credits. So Aokia actually had an insane economy here, an insane economy potential, but due to the Nova investment, they were behind in economy really hard, so it was just 40 credits per second all of the time, while it was more of like 100 credits per second for the UBN team. Let's look at fleet-wise. We see that here at minute 40 there was some massive engagement, and all the players were about the same fleet supply, with UBN having a tiny lead, Mathematica having 70 more supply than Aoki, and Dead Inside having just 18 supply more than Gandalf. But as the game went on, it meant that the economy advantage would come to play, and that inside and mathematical fleet grew much larger than the one of their opponents. Let's look at the frigates destroyed, and yes, as we can see, especially here, Gandalf and Aokia killed 550 ships together, while that inside mathematical killed just 420, so it was 130 ships difference at this point. And this is a moment where the capital ship stun came into play, so Aokia and Gandalf stopped killing ships while that inside simply jumped with 60 ship kills, as is told during the battle where he has snapped 60 javelins. Aoki lost most of his fleet at this battle simply due to one capital ship stunning it. And yeah, we can see APM wise the standard picture with Aokia having leading on, but Gandalf had nice APM as well. And let's see if we have any after game talk. No, it looks like it's Aokia and Gandalf. So tell me, how is it to play with 4 planets? Or 2 planets per player?
I mean, all things considered, that these guys practiced, they picked the most OP factions and they played together in order to practice the build order. I think that if they had lost, it would have been embarrassing, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, but it was simply painful to see, like, you're sitting
almost
on
killed
2
them
planets.
in the
Yeah,
last-
and you had all of those nice trades. Like, every single battle up until the last 15 minutes was in your favor. Despite having long-range frigates versus corvettes, and in E4X they have nerfed the long-range frigates DPS against corvettes, so it's actually was a worse matchup than you would have in vanilla, yet you still managed to have a much better trade in every single battle simply because you controlled all of the chokes, you flew into right directions, you coordinated much better, so it was a really beautiful game from your side.
Well, like they had practiced and played, so they knew all the abilities and stuff. Like we didn't even know it was disabling our abilities half the last part of the game.
Yeah, that part is Advent can get really cheap and stupid ability where you know this tier 5 upgrade after in your tech tree after the Titan there is this a tier 5 upgrade which gives abilities for your frigate factories, and the Advent one gets a stun ability. So you pay like 1000 credits, and whenever your capital ship dies, it stuns everything in a radius of 5k.
Well, there was also something that was just abilities disabled, and not like engines, weapons, and abilities disabled.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one, and it also disables it doesn't disable just the frigates or corvettes. It also disables your capital ships, and that's why Mathematic also has written that he has the best cancer.
It's only disabling abilities, not disabling everything. There's an ability that was disabling just our ability to use abilities before the scuttling of capital ships, but
I
don't know what it is because I don't know any of the heroes.
Solinist disables Starbase, but that's it.
Okay.
But I know in the last part of the game, it just felt like we were being killed by lag and then ships that don't need to actually be microed.
Well, what really killed us at the end was just the scuttling capital ships that stun everything for like 30 seconds when one
40
dies.
seconds. It's actually even 40 seconds.
It's insane. And it's pretty cheap too.
I mean, it could be worth like 30,000 credits on one ship.
Yeah, because in that one single stun, you lost 60 javelins, and Gandalf lost like 10 extra illums. So it's obviously that ability should cost more than 1000 credits. Plus the capital ship, because
in one cap ship or a free hero.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can save the capital ship cost if you suicide a hero.
Yeah.
Sorry to end the game like that. It's
okay.
I mean, like I said before too, I didn't mind because considering like you guys almost lost last time, and maybe even debatably this time, and we just played like didn't play together, just played the game, and you guys practiced and know all the abilities and shit. I think it's fine. I kind of expected that we would lose.
Trolling was on the verge of rage quitting, so I had to end the game. I had to finish it.
What was he mad about? Just like the ship exchange ratios, or what?
What?
What was he mad about? Just like the
I
ratio of ship kills?
The misdirection on the fucking starbase.
I noticed. That's why when he said it, I said a little something.
Yeah.
Like Mastisorian is not even close to being able to get Novas before anyone can contest you getting them.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you get them for free. It's
You have to buy the ability.
yeah, you have to buy the ability, and yeah.
You get free abilities on all the star bases. You get in phase gates on the one you get.
By the way, Gandalf,
also,
do you know that you are a
using
cheater?
the-
Do you know that you are a cheater? Because
I'm
I have a screenshot. One sec. I have a screenshot, Gandalf. That's directly a disqualification.
At one point, I asked him about the phase gate, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, I don't even know what this is.
going on?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't even know I was doing it. I was rallying to the wormhole, and then to there, and he's like, "You're just jumping straight here," and I was like, "What?" I was like, "Okay." I'm the new Visari player now.
But yeah, Advent just have all the OP garbage.
Well, I mean, as you saw, I'm sure in the game before where Trolloc tried to blame artifacts for the win, is that Advent Loyalist is probably the strongest overall faction in the mod by a huge amount.
Yeah,
on this map.
they get countered a little by Tech Loyalists, but that's it.
Well, Tech Loyalist and Advent Loyalist are probably the two strongest combos, even if you don't Nova. Just one has militia and the other one has just its tier 8 tech set to tier 5 in this mod.
Yeah. Oh man,
And your capital planet is absurd. I had a 40% pop growth bonus and he was like outgrowing me in the last game.
I had like 100 credits second on my Omel at the end.
But I mean, this isn't a balance mod. It's just like a...
Yeah. It's
well,
E4X
devs claim it to be a balance mod, so...
I thought they were just making the factions more diverse between Rebel and Loyalist.
Well, it came out in a conversation between me and them that it's a balance mod. So how did you like the balance mod? Were the Novas okay with... Because in E4X they shoot even faster. You can get the upgrade to shoot them.
Well, that's because like you're saying, how you guys are pinpointing that the starbase comes with Mastisorian for free when you get it, but the tech comes with the antimatter regenerations. That's why he's building beside the station to get the Nova shots faster.
Yeah,
and tech starts with a starbase on their capital. Tech Loyalist is absurd, same with Advent Loyalist.
Yeah, and that starbase has even more slots than a normal starbase. You can get every single upgrade on it.
Didn't know that either. That's insane.
Oh man, you were 1 second away to lose every single thing you had on when you jumped away from my home world. I had the tap ship stun, scuttling, jumping, but you jumped right before, so I had to cancel.
Yeah, but the game could have ended like after 30 minutes because Aokia was getting his starbase protection from the no-lift cans, and he got his starbase protection like 3 seconds before the no-lift hit, so it was really close.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, are you getting that? He's like, yeah, it's gonna finish in time. I was like,
100% calculated. Yeah, okay, he's just spent his resources perfectly, and it was meant to be like on this last second so that he could invest other money before that on some trade ports or whatever.
I was supposed to starbase the wormhole, and I kind of failed in that, and that's, yeah.
I did feel a little bit bad that you guys didn't take any of the neutrals back, even though you had way more corvettes in control than we did.
Yeah, well,
they were just there for the taking. I just took them and they never got contested again.
Yeah, well, my attention was microing other stuff. Honestly, the other game I preferred it.
The Vasari? What were we? Vasari?
Yeah, the one where you both had Vaseline rushed us. Yeah. It was a much fun game.
I had more fun this game.
Yeah, I feel it was kind of close because the other one we had better fleet and we were gonna crush you. We were just on a timer. This time it was closer, and then I used the strongest shit I had in my book. Yeah. Literally ended 10 minutes after I got that deck. Glad I don't need to play this mod anymore.
They were good matches, but I think they would have been more interesting to see what you guys would have done if you didn't actually try as hard as you could and like practice and shit and just played like everyone else.
Well, you could have trained on your side. This is what people do in tournaments.
It is a casual tournament with a prize that's like a copy of Sins.
Or DLC.
They almost didn't even allow me to play in the tournament because I play the modded games with them, and I told them there's going to be people that are going to be doing the same stuff I would do. So not allowing me to play would just handicap whatever team I'm on anyway.
Well, you definitely got a good pairing doing with each other.
Yeah, we random though. Didn't you guys pick your team specifically?
But at first we were like, Gandalf isn't that good. We'll crush Okia. And no, turns out you're half decent, so it was a lot harder than we thought.
I was 1v1ing X-Wing sometimes in vanilla for practice and killing him, so get the warm up in, even though it's not the mod.
Overall, we definitely showed the best quality games of the tournament. And I think the more interesting ones as well.
I think your guys' other games weren't interesting, but the ones against us were. Maybe the first one where you Nova, but then when you did it every time.
Well, all of our games were boring beside the two with you guys, and I think it's the same with you.
We did exciting things.
Yeah, like stalling the game with a nice guy for 1.5 hours.
Exactly.
And then building 1,000 corvettes, scouts, I mean...
Scouts,
yes.
Yeah.
Well, you had actually nice guy say that he would rather die from Novas. So I can say that the UPN team was... They spared noobs from suffering scout rush. Or spam. It's rather spam because it's not just a rush. You forced Night Sky and Sparrow to play for more than an hour, and then you have killed them with scouts.
Yeah, we took them out in 20 minutes. So
that Nice Guy never came back.
Yeah.
Well, he did come back for one game, but yeah. He wasn't around because of his some real life issues, not because of that game. And he actually managed to come for that one game, and they simply lost it. That's why he didn't stick for long in the tournament.
I can't wait to get a third copy of Sins. Honestly, it was fun to play Sins competitively for once, though.
I mean, I'd say a regular 5s is probably more competitive because you guys are the only ones that treated it in the light that you're saying.
No, 5v5 are I would say even more broken than this mod.
Broken because teams are imbalanced, but people are trying more and understand the game fully, so it's probably more of a competitive match than these.
It's not just that the game is imbalanced. That's like Novas are always worded just like in the more players there is, the more Novas are worded, and in 5S it's completely broken.
Yeah, so basically in E4X, you can get the cooldown on Nova so that they should not every 6 minutes but every 4 minutes, and because Test Loyalist or just Test Star bases have this antimatter regen, you can get them even earlier, because in vanilla you would need to make antimatter regen tech, while in E4X you can simply get your starbase with the ability and you spam. You don't spam, you use the ability and you can shoot directly your Novas.
You don't always go Novas in Eco, I don't think, right away. Like you can just feed a player to kill the ally pretty quick.
No, but I mean they're 100% worth it. Like if you don't do it, it's either you're a noob or you don't want to break the game.
You do it eventually. You don't need to do it immediately.
Yeah, but
I've seen games where people do it immediately and they still lose the game, or they are greedy like that in economy, like Matthias, and then he just loses the game and blames his team because he didn't feed anybody.
I mean, I go with Novas in aggro spot to give you an idea.
I mean, it depends who's beside you as well.
Yeah,
like if half the players that play are not that good, so then you can just do random stuff and still kill them. But like coach played a 5s and killed people with scouts just to, and he doesn't play the game at all, only modded.
There's no communication, there's no team, there's nothing.
Well, if you don't play the vanilla but you play mods, you do know how scouts function. So actually, that's a nice strategy because you don't.
Plus, I'm better than like almost everyone.
Okay.
I don't understand how Kia doesn't get bored.
He's a streamer. He needs to make his living. He has no choice. He has to make his living.
I think last time I checked, I made like 14 cents.
Yeah.
Well,
like
if you fly like to some Zimbabwe or whatever,
you can buy an ice cream or cone or something.
I mean, there's certainly like a decrease in the players' skill in 5s, but there's still plenty of players that are good, and you could just host 1v1s. I mean, being good at 1v1 though doesn't necessarily translate to being one of the better players of 5s.
1v1s are super boring because the game is so fucking slow. I liked 1v1 in UBM because Zabik did something to speed up the game speed, and I really like that.
Also, regular 5s, people's perception of their ability is usually pretty egotistical. I mean, the guys that we played round 1, you said is the only guy that beat you in 1v1 in UBM, and then me and Akuya casually beat them. Like, we didn't even know who they are, just casually won the game.
Yeah, well,
like,
they practiced a lot in
them.
UBM.
No offense to them. Like, we didn't have a clue, and you said that this guy beat you in 1v1, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, he did beat me.
Like, unless you're like basing it off of UBM, and Trollic like shills in 5, so UBM has like a skill rating or something. But like, if only like 4 people play UBM, then you can't really say you're better than all the people
we had
that play 5s.
almost all of the 5 players play UBM, but as it goes for Tarnation and Troid, it's more about the differences in balance between E4X and UBM, because on UBM they didn't just train more, it's also that the balance itself makes more sense. So when a new player comes in, he knows what to do, and it's not like in E4X, you know about Novas, you make Novas, you win in 20 minutes.
Win in 20 minutes?
Yeah, like against the team.
Do you?
Well, if you're not expecting them, that's how
okay.
It
well,
works.
In this game, you get the tier 5 cap ships on ability. You make cap ships and you win.
I think that might actually be more broken than Novas.
Oh, definitely.
It's like, what'd you say? 45 seconds?
40 seconds. Everything is stand, including capital ships. Only Titans and Star bases are not affected.
You know how there's a diplomacy tech that gives you like 3 free cap ship spot? So yeah, you can get like 12 cap ship without getting the last 2 techs, and yeah.
You only needed to go off like one time and then you probably won.
Yeah, well, with
even
Vault,
without Novas.
I had a lot of interesting game where we would micro around. It was Advent Loyalist versus Advent Loyalist. And we both had like 6 cap ships, and yeah. Just the stunlock fight. With guardians and shit to push the fleet away into the stunlock or push the stunlock away.
They'll probably have to get rid of that ability.
I mean, Lyson was definitely right about that.
Yeah, but he's just getting like super triggered and mad over like a casual tournament. And then he dropped out, which doesn't really say much for him.
As much as I know, he dropped out because he simply went to play some tabletop games, and
yeah, he just had no interest because he
yeah.
thought things were too broken.
It's not just that the things are too broken; it's also that the entire tournament lasted 3 weeks, and like we didn't have just Lyson dropping out. We like last week we had 6 games planned in the lower bracket, and only 2 of them actually happened because such tournaments should not, such casual tournaments should not be spread like for 3 weeks. It should be like 1 weekend or maybe 2 weekend max. We don't need every game happening one after another. We don't need every single game to be streamed, or if we go to stream them and we have like just several streamers streaming them. But yeah, it's also the length of the tournament.
And
We
double
just need to do the
elimination is a
same thing.
terrible format when
We
the
just need to
players
do what
kill.
Magic does. Magic just picks a feature match and only streams that one, and so that way you can just continue with the tournament because you couldn't stream all the rounds.
And what I was saying is double elimination is a terrible format for people that have different skills level. Because then people that get in the lower bracket feels they have no chance to come back.
Anyway, thanks to everyone for watching the tournament. It has been the finals of E4X tournament, since tournament, and we have our winners once against Mathematica and Inside, who have won their final game against Aoki and Gandalf. And see you hopefully soon in the next tournament of Sins, which is not planned yet, but I hope it will happen not so far away from today. Thanks to everyone.